Is it working? Let's see. Quick sound test. Hello. I can't hear myself. Hold on a second. Let me see what's going on here with my sound mixer. No, it should be the right speakers. How's it on Twitch? Let's see. Let me reload it a couple times. Testing. What's going on with the sound here? Oh no. Did my microphone settings fuck up with the audio? Ugh, I hate when this happens. It doesn't say it is. 1 second. Yep, that's why. Fine. All right, it should be better now. And if you can hear me, just let me know. But okay, yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. Fix that. What's so frustrating is that my microphone has like its own audio output you can use, and sometimes when I plug it in, it'll set that as a default, even though I told it not to do that. This stuff's way above me sometimes. Anyhow, welcome to the 3rd-year anniversary of Code Geass Lost Stories. Kind of crazy that the Janissary Code lasted a little bit above a year. The global version of Lost Stories didn't make it to a year. And this game has made it 3 years. And it looks like they've got plenty of plans going forward with the game. They announced that they're going to do a lot of stuff, and we'll go over that in the stream. But yeah, 3 years of this game. Kind of crazy, and it's always around my birthday too, when we have an anniversary, because my birthday's May 29th, and this game came out in, well, I guess it was the 15th of May, so that's kind of cool. So the agenda for today is several things. One, I'm going to go over all the new pilot buffs and Nightmare Frame buffs. Then I want to go over the new pilots that we got for the Magic School or Academy event, which includes a Lelouch banner with only one character, that being Lelouch, and the same applies to C2, Kallen, and Suzkaku. This is the first time they've had all 4 characters in 4 separate banners, which is, it's good and bad. I'll say that much. Now, once I've gone through all the characters, I'll go into the game and I'll show other updates that they're doing, and I'll also discuss the 3rd-year anniversary updates as well. And in fact, I can probably discuss some of the updates of the 3rd-year anniversary without going into the game, so I'll do that. And then the ones I have to show you in the game, I'll also do that as well. For summoning, I'm going to use both my accounts for the summonings, and I'm thinking that for my main account, I want to get Suzkaku because I have the best Suzakus, at least, well, most of the best Suzakus, which includes the SBK one from the God Rebellion. He's really good. I have the one from the Emperor Lelouch, or I should say Knight of Lelouch, Knight of Zero Suzkaku. I don't have the Albion one, I don't have with Sin, but I got a lot of the powerful Suzkaku pilots, so I figured on my main account, I'll try to get Suzkaku. Now, if for some reason, and this is my prediction is I'm going to get Lelouch on both my accounts as the free rank 4 pilot, because the way this event works is of the 4 new pilots from the Magic Academy event, you're guaranteed to get at least 1 for free if you use the ticket. So of course I'm going to do that. So I think I'm going to get Lelouch on both accounts to screw with me. But if for some reason I do get Suzkaku on my main account from the ticket, then I'll go for the new C2. I think she's the next best for that account. I don't only have a global remover of enemy effects, and therefore she would be useful there. If I don't get Suzkaku, then I'm going to go for Suzkaku. On my main account, if I don't get Kallen with the free ticket, then I'm going to go for Kallen. If I do get Kallen, I'm just going to stop from there, right there, because the rest of the pilots are great, but I can't really utilize on my team as much as I'd like. I already have a global remover effects, which is C2. I mean, it's not a global, but it's close enough. Lelouch is alright. I mean, compared to the other three, it's just that I don't have a loss occurred on my ult account. And if I was going to spend it on something, I think the new Kallen is worth it because she's really powerful, as we'll get into in the stream. So that's the plan for the summons. Oh, and also I'm going to do a couple scout tickets, of course, and I got some rainbow tickets as well to burn off. So even if this doesn't go well, it's still going to go well. That's how I orchestrated this. Okay, let's get into the buffs. So we'll start with I decided to put him here separately. This is Mario and Maya. This is the very first one we got, 0.5 anniversary. So first we have some health updates, some defense updates. They're not dramatic. I mean, you couldn't use them, this version of Mario and Maya, on, let's say, the new Pendulum, but hey, you know, it's something. Okay, so the first change they made is that it reduces the redeployment. Basically, his skill gauge effect and extra damage now applies to all Black Knight pilots, and then he has a redeployment or a deployment cost reduction for all members of the Black Knights. It's fine. And then he also increases skill gauge, or they increase their skill gauge, in addition to the simultaneous attacks that occurs every in intervals. In terms of the buffs, I think they're fine. I used this pilot recently in the hard missions, and with Enanane, it definitely helps a lot. Without Enanane, I don't think they're good enough. They certainly are good support for the factions, the appropriate factions, and just it's good. It's a good hard pilot. I wouldn't take this to extra. Excuse me, even with Enanane, because I was doing hard and they got killed by some of those pilots. Hard, by the way. Not very hard or extra, but hard. So I think it's good for, you know, if you just start playing the game, really good stuff, and maybe for hard stuff, like hard missions. But beyond that, yeah, I know, it's okay. They had to do something, I suppose. And at least Anane makes the pilot a lot better. Alright, next we got 4, I think I put 4 here, yeah. So first is Shirley. This one right here. There's no effect changes or ability changes, but now she's a multi-tool, which is awesome because she has I believe she has the stun panel, or is it the blow away panel? She has one of those. So having the accident on all teams is pretty awesome. A good decision. The pilot was pretty good, and then you add this to it, and you get like a really nice buff. So yeah, it's a multi-tool faction. That was a nice change. Then we have C2 Revival of the Demon Lord. So what they did here, I thought, was actually really good. One, they made it so that the healing effect no longer occurs if her health goes below a certain point. Instead, it just happens no matter what. Considering all our C2 pilots that have come out recently just have a normal passive self-recovery health effect or passive heal or whatever to themselves, it's good that just the C2 has that. And then, of course, she nullifies damage. Enemy debuffs. Every C2 has that, so let's just keep giving all the C2s that didn't in the past have it now. Although I don't know why the defensive C2 with the white officer outfit didn't get the same kind of buff. In fact, she wasn't even included in here, which is really weird. I guess 3.5? Yay. Okay. So that's the C2 buff, and I'll move to what she looks like in case you forget. This is what she looks like. She came with Lelouch and the bomb, which is a really good pilot. Okay, then we have Lelouch and the Velvet Voice. I love this one. This is great. Instead of just the Ashford faction, now he increased the action speed of everyone who's deployed and increased the skill gauge by a higher percentage. He was already really powerful, let's be clear. And now that he gets everyone an action speed buff and then also increases the skill gauge by 100%, that's pretty good. Now, granted, because he's a melee unit, you only have the Gwaine and then the Nightwayne, so you are kind of limited to get to 100%, but even A7.5 is pretty good, so that was a nice needed buff. He was already really good, so it kind of surprised me they decided to even go to make him better. That's this Lelouch right here. So that was a really nice one, making him faction independent. That's a good one. Then we got Taizo, who got a great buff last time, and this time all it did was say that in addition to all the other effects he does on deployment, He increases damage to the enemies that belong to the Britannian military faction, I believe, not the super faction, the Empire. Uh, let's see. How do I feel about this one? I don't know. I don't think it's weird, right? They just keep adding more, so you think it's good, right? And it is. It's good. I just don't know if it makes a huge difference. I like the other ones better because it was specific to the Black Knights, but this one is more of it's specific to a faction you have to go against, which you will be facing most of the time Britannian military anyways, but it's fine. I mean, it's very on lore, so I'll go with it. It's not my favorite buff. He's still really good, and he's great for new players and budget players because the Black Knights and even the JLF are all very, although he doesn't work on the JLF, so scratch that. But the Black Knights are a very budget friendly faction. So having Taizo, who is basically like a almost not a better version, but a lighter version of the anniversary Kallen with the same speed boost and reduction, and also he has like a little bit of Rakshata in the ability. So yeah, he's still really good. This new buff doesn't change my opinion about him. I guess for certain cases that would make him even more useful. I still think he's S tier though, if that's the most important part. Okay, next we have is Suzkaku. He got one change, and he just nullifies more melee damage. This Suzkaku. This is the rank 3 one. I don't know. That seems like a damn waste, because you could have done a lot more with him. Maybe support the Ashford faction, maybe support our Suzkaku pilots. I mean, we just looked at Taizo, who's a rank 3 pilot, and he literally makes the Black Knights even more budget friendly. You look at Suzkaku's effects and you say to yourself, why did you just do 1,000 below damage buff? I mean, nullifier. And by that, that's level 5. This is my opinion. They just did that because they're scaling the game. The game is much harder now. Enemies do more damage and they have more health. Even on like the lower levels, that everything has to be just scaled up. This is not really a Suzkaku buff, if you will. They're just scaling him to how his effect would work mathematically within the new system of gameplay. So it's trickery. It's not really a buff. And I was playing the hard missions on Expedition and also, of course, this latest event. And yeah, it's much harder. Like the enemies they deal way more damage even on the lower levels. So everything had to be scaled up just to compensate for that. Does this effect make Suzkaku playable? No. Unfortunately not. I mean, with the jail, especially now in the game, right? If this was the global version, then yeah, that's fine. Let's say the game just came out today, then fine. But you now have Nagisa and Asahina at rank 3 you can get relatively easily. And you have Toto, who's rank 3, and Senba, and Taizo. And so you have and Rakshata, and it's... man, if you have to use Suzkaku, your team must really be bad. That's all I'll say about that. It's one of the worst buffs, I think. Maybe the worst one. Okay, next comes Marion the Flash. Let's see. They lowered her deployment cost, and now she can store 1 knight from skill gauge, which doesn't seem... activation, which doesn't seem like a whole lot. This is, by the way, the pilot. But you gotta understand something about Marion. Her interval attack is, I believe, 580, which is super fast, and her Nightmare Frame fills his gauge up practically on 1 hit. So, I have a footage of it. I forgot to post it. Maybe I'll post Discord or something. But you can charge her skill, obviously, her skill gauge with 1 hit. And because you can store 1 as well, you can keep just stacking skills after skill after skill. I mean, you can basically spam almost infinitely with Marion because of this new addition. So even though it's only 1 knight from skill gauge activation, you're going to be filling that 1 up over and over again. So it's pretty crazy. You're getting like, basically, you could attack like twice as fast and you can deliver twice as much damage. It's actually really good. It seems like it's only like 1 additional wording, or 1 additional effect, but it makes a huge difference. So that was actually a really good one. This one is insane. This is Euphemia for a Peaceful World. And what they did was she now reduces the deployment cost of all Suzkaku pilots by 4, which I believe was, I'm sorry, by 14. My bad. 14. That's crazy. And 16 level 5, but there's no Nightmare Frame that would do that. The action speed is now 2x, and all Suzkaku pilots recover 18% of their health. And keep in mind, this is all passive, meaning if Yuffie's on your team, you get these buffs. It doesn't matter if you deploy her or not. That's absolutely insane. Now, beyond this, she also increases the attack power and defense of those same pilots and then reduce attack damage they receive. So, all Suzkaku pilots now, just from her being on your team, lower deployment cost, recover health passively, increase their action speed, increase their attack power, increase their defense, and reduce attack damage they take. That's 6 buffs that are all passive because she's on your team. Damn. I mean, if that's not S rank or higher, I don't know what is. That's crazy. Wow. They were cooking with these new changes. Oh my god. One quick thing, it looks like it's telling me my connection's bad. Looks like it's alright. Okay. Anyways, that's the that's the Yuffie change, and this is the one I'm talking about, by the way, in case you guys don't know which one. This one right here. Yeah, Yuffie's really broken. Holy crap. Okay. Then we have Psycho, and they added one new change where she reduces the redeployment cost of the next pilot you deploy by 100%. I've noticed that a lot of pilots that are passive deployment points increasers have this new, they'll just have, on top of everything else, a reduction of the deployment cost of the next pilot. That seems to be like standard procedure at this point. I know when Cornelia first came out, we'll get to her in a second, that was like a new concept, but now everyone just has it, so it's not that special anymore. And this is Psycho that I'm referring to. So she cloaks everybody, and then she will increase your deployment points and reduce the cost of the next pilot you deploy. That's pretty good, actually. So does it make her substantially better than she was before? No, but on a Kallen-based team, I think this only further helps you get your pilots out faster, which is always, that's what you want out of them. And again, I think this is because most pilots now have the reduction of the next pilot you deploy by 100%, and so I figure they're just trying to make it standardized for all these pilots. One thing I should probably mention is that there's no Nightmare Frame that gets to level 5, so I think at 4 it's 87.5% if I had to guess, and probably 11 instead of 12. But still, that's pretty good. Okay, that's those 4. Okay, next we have this one is just really strange. So here is Cornelia Neris, as you saw right there. They increased her health, which is fine. But here's the crazy part. They increased the interval. They made it 15 seconds instead of 20. So she'll use her deployment cost reduction effect more frequently. Then you have this skill gauge fill up ability, which is now 100% instead of 60, which is awesome. But this is the crazy part. Increased damage to all pilots, all pilots deal damage to the Geass Order is increased by 100%, the Geass Order faction, and then reduces damage from Nightmare Frames that belong to the Geass Order faction. So if you guys don't know, there's only one pilot that's part of that faction, that's V2. Only one Nightmare Frame part of that faction, that's the Siegfried with the electronic stun adjustment. So basically, this effect only works on, it says Nightmare Frames, right? Yeah. So one unit in the game. Why are they doing this? Well, the only theory I have is that they're going to release more Geass Order faction Nightmare Frames and pilots. If they don't, then this was a waste of a buff. And while lore-wise it makes sense because she did take out the Geass Order, from gameplay-wise, it doesn't make any sense. It's a big what type of thing when I read that. Otherwise, I think the other effects are fine, like the making this go faster helps, and increasing her skill gauge by 100% always is a nice thing, especially with her new Nightmare Frame, so that part's good. Next, we have Andreas Dalton, and these are good effects. First of all, they increase his health. Nice little, what's the word? Quality of life change right there. They made his interval much faster, and he can store 2 Night from skill activations. This is really good because Dalton is a multi-tool, and because he's a multi-tool, that means that now you have someone who you could use on any single team, who can store 2 Night from skill activations and has pretty decent attack stats for both melee and range. So definitely good quality of life changes there, and he's also a decloaker too, so you got that little benefit as well. The other effect, I mean, first of all, the reduction of everyone by 3 is only at level 5, so you have to use his Gloucester, which is ass now, and they didn't buff it, of course. So that's already a thing. I guess 2 would be fine in any other Nightmare frame. But the 14 remains the same. If this was like 20 or something, maybe I would be happier, but they only added this little extra part. You know what? You get the skill gauge activation, so we'll go with it. By the way, this is the Dalton in question. Okay. We call him Daddy Dalton for obvious reasons. Okay, next we have Toto. This, man, this was a good buff. Oh my god, he needed it so badly. Of all the pilots in the game, well, that's not true, but of the many pilots in the game, Toto really needed a buff. So let's talk about what they did. So now what he does is if he gets attacked, let's see. Okay, increase damage dealt to all deployed ally members of the JLF to short range nightmare frames. Oh, okay, so the JLF will deal more damage to nightmare frames with short range weapons, and then reduces damage that the same faction members get from the same nightmare frame type. And then this is the good one. On deployment, every 15 seconds thereafter, all deployed members of the JLF can store 1 nightmare skill activation. And by the way, I didn't know this, but that stacks. So that means Toto can store, I guess, theoretically infinite, or I don't know if it's infinite, but I guess it'd be infinite, because notice how it says, this is really important, I didn't read this effect carefully enough, but it doesn't say how long this applies for. You see this? It says every 15 seconds thereafter, they can store 1. But notice how it doesn't say for 15 seconds or 10 seconds. There's no time limit for this. So theoretically, you can store infinite, which is insane. You really think about that for a moment. Toto fills his skill gauge up so quickly because just attacking him will fill it up. So he could, I mean, it's not unrealistic to get 2 or 3 at a time. And I was doing some gameplay testing because last week was the Black Knight. Well, it was Black Knights, also JLF, Chinese Federation, and something else. And I had Asahina and Uribe, and they were going up by 2 or 3 skill gauges, or storage, I should say. So that effect is crazy. There's no time limit for that. Absolutely phenomenal. I know he's a rank 4 pilot, but if you did get him, you know, you have a really powerful budget JLF friendly team. Really good, and I guess it kind of makes up for the fact that we haven't got a new Asahina or Nagisa. I say kind of because I'm not happy about that. Okay, next effect. Every time Toto takes damage, he restores 30% of his and all deployed allied members of the JLF. Then he increases those same pilots' nightmare skill gauge by 25%, puts a shield on them, and then he increases his own damage limit. And I'm pretty sure it's his because I tested it out, and Uribe and Asahina weren't doing a lot of damage. Now, maybe it's because of the night frame limitations. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the damage limit increases only for him. Maybe for everyone else, I don't know, but it felt like it was only for him. I did more testing on it, but either way, though, it's crazy that now all the things he used to apply to himself on damage occurs to everyone who's deployed, who's a JLF member. And then we get some additional things like a shield and then damage limit increase. I think the only reason why Toto gets away with all these effects is because the JLF is such a very niche faction in terms of, like, not niche, but they're not a very strong faction. Most of it's rank 3 or below. And so they had to put a bunch of buffs onto him to improve those pilots. I guess the philosophy here is why buff, 6 or 7 members when you can just buff Toto and he'll make everyone else better by, by working together. which I mean makes sense, but you still have to get Toto, and that's the frustrating part. That was the problem with Monica because she also improved all the code or Knights of Republic, the Knights of the Realm members. But if you don't have her, then Bradley and Nodded and Dorothea, they're not really good. Even with Monica, it's debatable. So at least with Toto, I don't know. Maybe I'll both say easier to get him, but it's not. It's all RNG. So it's really good. It's kind of frustrating that this might be our only way to get better or improvements for the JLF faction. By the way, this is what he looks like. Okay, but putting that aside though, these buffs are awesome. This is my favorite of all the buffs and the pilots. This is my favorite. Okay, next we got Shin Hyuga, and for some reason they buffed Shin Hyuga, but he's not even like. I mean, I'll put it like this, right? Shin Hyuga was already SS tier in this game, in my opinion. I know that I think they at me to move him down. Who gives a shit what they think? But I think he's been busted since he came out. And so they're like, let's just make him better. You know, I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm just kind of confused. Why him specifically? So now he'll deal 60k basically global every 3 times instead of 29, which was already a lot. And they gave him like 4,000 extra health. Very curious because he doesn't need to use health to activate his Nightframe skills. I don't know why they gave him a health boost. It's really random. Now, I use them sometimes in the Nagishu main or the Lancelot GR or even the God Rebellion. So I guess the idea is if you want to use in one of those Nightmare frames, you could, or even the Pendulum. I guess you can use them in that one too now. I don't know. It's a really strange buff. I'm not complaining. I don't know. It's just interesting they decided to go after Shin Hyuga, but there you go. Okay, next we have is Marika, and her effects are actually kind of nuts. First, they lowered her deployment costs, increased her health. These are both kind of quality of life. They don't seem that impactful. But this is crazy though. Every attack will now deal 30k fixed damage. Think about that. Her standard damage was equal to Shin's after he used an iframe 3 times. So they probably figured we can't give her 29 fixed damage if Shin's still doing 29 fixed damage. So they had to up his, I imagine. Anyways, she does that, and then if it's flying enemies, it's like another 30k. So, I guess float enemies, you could do 60k a piece. Yeah, not bad. That's kind of crazy. This is the Marika we're talking about. The artwork is cursed. We don't talk about it, but the effect is pretty good. Seriously, this artwork is so cursed. And of course, I got her because I made fun of Hideki Anno, who loves. I mean, let's be clear. This is Hideki Anno. He didn't make Code Geass or anything, but his influence of Evangelion is why we have stuff like this. Anyways, actually, before I continue, he also obviously there's good stuff in Code Geass too that came from Evangelion as well. So I guess you gotta take the rough with the smooth. Moving on, we got Hakuba from Pierre Almeria. I can't pronounce it correctly. They did 2 good changes from the stat point of view. Lowered the cost to deploy him. Very nice. And now they also reduced his redeployment time to 15 seconds. I don't know if that's standard across the board or only level 5. The wiki site's it's not always reliable. This is really good because when he first came out, if you guys watch that stream, I literally said, well, why is it what's the point? You have to deploy him, you get cost, you do some damage, but then you gotta wait 6 seconds to do it again? Just lower his redeployment time. So they did that. They also added fixed damage. So he'll get a skill gauge 100%. As you guys know, activated, he does fixed damage on top of that. But now he does a multiplier of damage. But now he does fixed damage in addition to the multiplier. So basically, if you really think about how insane this is, right? You deploy Hakuba, let's say in the Alfappa, for example, or his own Nightmare frame when it comes out, because we are going to get it. I'll get into that later. He'll do whatever the Nightmare frame has, and then he'll basically do it again. Do it again. Right? Because he'll do the multiplier of the Nightmare Frame, which is his own attack power, and then Nightmare Frame's fixed damage, and then he'll do his own. So basically, it's like using the same skill twice, which is it's really good. So really good buff. He really needed, especially the lowering the redeployment time. That was the most important one. But the other ones are good too, and he's a multi-tool. Don't forget. Then we get Kallen, and this one is just wow, my second favorite. Okay, so first of all, start the battle. Increases the skill gauge of everyone by 100%, reduces the redeployment time of all pilots by 42%, and then you get 25 deployment points at the start. Pretty solid, but it's for things that get crazy. You get on deployment 27. You get 27 deployment points, and then you reduce the deployment cost of the next pilot deployed by 100%. I've said deployed like a million times. Like look, there's look at this: deployment, 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 deployed. A lot of hard P's. The point behind this is that she will give you 25 at the start, then 27 thereafter, and then you also get a reduction on cost on deployment. That's what Birthday Kallen does. So she does the same thing, but you don't have. But she's not a limited pilot. And unlike, say, Jeremiah, who you can't, there's not really a good Nightmare Frame you can use with him to get his cost to 0 completely on his own. Obviously, there are plenty of deployment cost reducers. Excuse me, but on his own, you take the rank 3 Jeremiah and you put him in, say, let's say his own Sarlin, and you max out the stats. It's still not a 0 cost. But if you have Kallen's Glass Skull, that costs 0 to deploy. So you have a way. So basically, getting 27 deployment points is a reality with this pilot. It was not a reality with Jeremiah, and still isn't now. Although you can use his Sarlin with the float unit, it's a 4 cost, so that's not horrible. But there's no 0 cost. That's why this is insane to me, because the 25, then 27, and then reducing the next one. I mean, holy crap, man. They were cooking with that one. That was a really nice quality of life and improvement. Like, Kallen literally goes from, was she a B tier, A tier, to like S plus? I'm not even kidding. S plus for sure. This is insane. With one pilot, you can get like everyone else out. Like, because you're deploying her and then reducing the cost of the next pilot that you could deploy. So essentially, you start with like what? I'm not sure, you start like 5 or 10 or something, then you get like another 50, and then the next one's free. Okay, damn. Well, what a change. That was phenomenal. We needed that one. Okay, we get some not as good, but these are interesting ones. So Lelouch, bedtime Lelouch, basically he will increase deployment points by more than usual, and then he made the shield also better too. All right, not the greatest. And then here he'll stop all deployed enemies for 3 seconds after each time he destroys an enemy Nightmare Frame. This effect is, I tested it out. It's good because he's basically a 0 Kagura, but without the Nightmare Frame. So you can use him in, say, the Shinkiro and get the effect. The problem is this Lelouch has really low range attack power. So you're not going to pull it off as easily as you think. Obviously, skill, if you make a dedicated team, maybe you use Emperor Lelouch or Shirley, the New Year Shirley, or other attack buffs or whatever, then maybe you'll pull it off more frequently. But if just base Lelouch with this effect, it's okay. He on his own, it's not the greatest, but I guess on a dedicated team, it's not awful. At least when you get him now, it's not a complete death sentence like it was before. I'd say maybe S or A plus, depending on what's currently out there. I mean, even there you do have the Gekoi, right? And then the new Gekoi that just came out, so maybe that changes things a little bit. I don't have either yet, so that's something to think about as well. Overall, it was very interesting changes. I don't know if it's gonna make them immediately what's the word, like meta relevant, but it's cool we have another pilot that can stop on destroying enemies, which is not as good as Rolo's, but hey, it's something. Next we got a C2. This is Ashford C2, so looks like this. This pilot was memed on for the longest time because she was really not good. Now she's pretty good. So on deployment, instead of just the defense and max health, now we have attack power, skill power, and max HP are all increased for everyone in ranged. And then on deployment, in addition to the reduction of the redeployment time, which I believe Rakshata can do and Cecile can do, she'll cloak herself and 3 pilots in range. I don't know how I feel about this one. People say they're really excited about it. I think the first ability is great. The cloaking is just kind of random to me. I would have liked if it was remove all enemy debuffs, personally, instead of cloaking. Because that's actually a way more useful thing. The cloaking's random. Is it bad? No, it's just random. I don't think it ruins anything for me. It's just... I don't know, I'm not seeing it. I know a lot of people like this chain. I was testing her out, and I wasn't like too excited after her usage of the new abilities. They're nice, but I feel like there's just better things out there right now. Unless you don't have those things, then I guess you're stuck with a C2. Next we have Suzkaku. This is what lies on the door. This is the defensive one that came with the Lancelot flight enabled version, or air, whatever, or cavalry, whatever term you want to use. All right, let's talk about the stat buffs. First of all, short range, long range improved. Intervals were improved. This is super important because when this pilot first came out, it was hard to activate one's abilities. This one right here, because it had to be every 5 hits. But because he was so damn slow to attack, it never happened. So they addressed this problem in 2 ways, which I appreciate. And I was using him, and he's pretty good now, actually. I wish he had a resurrection effect. My only complaint, no resurrection effect. But at least they took his normal abilities and stats and improved him to the point where he's actually kind of competitive on a hard or lower level. I wouldn't put this guy in extra. Maybe for the suppression event when it's Suzkaku's only, but that's it though. So let's talk about the changes. So he heals 100% of his HP and puts up a shield equal to 100%. After reaching a specific offensive defensive values. I'm not going to go into the mechanics of that. That's a whole nother discussion. But the point is he went from 20 to 100%. That's a huge improvement. And then here, he has 100% of the skill gauge instead of 50, and every 3 hits instead of 5. And believe me, because of these interval improvements, you're going to get that. You're going to see that change a lot, or that buff a lot. So at one point I was using it, I was like, man, maybe he's S tier. But then I realized, no resurrection effect. So unfortunately, he's stuck at the A+. If he had a resurrection effect added, maybe, but without that, it's not good enough. He was killed easily and hard by certain type of effects or explosions. So these were good quality of life changes, but he really needed a resurrection effect to be competitive in the modern meta. And because he didn't have one, he just isn't, unfortunately. All right, before I go to the next one, this is Suzkaku. That's the one I was talking about. All right, then we get to Shirley. Now, I don't have her, but if I did, damn, these effects are nuts, okay? First of all, she's on a multi-tool faction, so just like the other Shirley, you can use her whatever you want, and this one buffs Lelouch pilots, so that's pretty crazy. That you have access to someone that just can be on any team, and improves Lelouch pilots, so that's nuts. All right, so this is what she used to do. Here's what she does now. All Lelouch pilots on your team. By the way, this is passive, so as long as she's on your team, you get these effects. So all Lelouch pilots recover 18% of their health at 0.7 second intervals, increase their attack power and defense, reduce attack damage, increase their action speed, reduce deployment cost. Exactly the same buffs as the new Yuffie, or that Yuffie I showed earlier. In fact, I forgot to mention something else. Yuffie is the last of those excuse me, pilots that improve or buff a specific pilot that got an improvement. That was kind of wordy. What I mean to say is there was the Kaguya Summer, who was New Year's, who buffed Lelouch pilots. You had the Kallen from the 1-year anniversary, who buffed, or she buffed, Lelouch pilots. And you had this Yuffie, which is kind of like those 2 pilots, who buffed Suzkaku pilots. So they finally by improving her, now all those pilots have been improved to compete with the modern era of the game or meta of the game. And this surely is no different. So this is fantastic. Imagine this having this Shirley and then like the Kallen first anniversary or something. That's crazy. Then her other ability is she puts up a shield. That's about the same to all deploy units within range and all Lelouch pilots, which wasn't originally, as you see there. And they get a resurrection effect, which is new, and then max health is increased. So that's pretty good. Increasing max health and then resurrection effect, see, that's really crucial. That's what you need to have to be competitive. You have to be able to apply resurrection effects. So this Shirley's phenomenal. If I had her, I'd use her. I don't, but and good stuff. I'd put her, in my opinion, third of all the buffs. So if I was ranking them, really good stuff. Yeah, her, Kallen, and Toto are my favorites, and the ones that really dramatically improved for me. I mean, I could see all these being, S plus or SS because of the improvements they got. And the last set of 4, I believe. Nope, we got more. Okay, here we go. Jeremiah. So this one is crazy. They just reworked him. I mean, look at this. Lower the deployment cost, increases health, increases defense, increases short range attack power. Now he'll increase your deployment points by 9 instead of 5. And then if he takes damage, he recovers health and skill gauge increases. So he's like Toto now. And then he also increases his max HP. He reduces his own cost by 18 and then increases his damage by 50k. I used him recently in the Siegfried because he has no melee nightmare frames that boost in level 5. Plenty of range ones, but no melee besides the Siegfried. Was it good? I don't know what it was, but these are all really nice effects, but for some reason it doesn't feel like it's enough. And I don't know what it would take to put him over the edge. I still think, I mean, it's weird. He wasn't awful. I don't know what it was. It felt either incomplete or not good enough. Like I don't feel comfortable taking him into extra with these effects. They're really good though. I'm glad they tried to at least make him competitive, but for some reason, maybe it's the Siegfried's existence. That's probably what it is. Which, by the way, on that topic, it wasn't buffed, even though the Gerd Mark II was buffed and the Lancelot was buffed. Why wouldn't the Siegfried be buffed? It's kinetically the strongest nightmare frame in R1, but now it isn't in the game's own lore or gameplay. I don't get that at all. If the Siegfried was buffed to deal more fixed damage and have higher attack power, then I think you could put Jeremiah, this one, maybe to S tier or S plus. But the Siegfried isn't strong enough, so that's what I think what holds him back. A resurrection effect wouldn't hurt either, but there we go. I mean, still though, I mean, like I said before, I still think it was a good effort to improve him. I mean, he needed a lot of work, and it's pretty good stuff. I'm actually impressed with the amount of effort they put in. Will it bear fruit though? I don't know. Okay, next we get is Mario / Maya, The World's a Sword. This is the other free version of the MCU get. That's unlimited. Lower deployment cost. That's pretty good. Every 10 seconds, fun deployment. So you give it a little attack reduction like before, and then increases their part of the anti-Britannian forces, not Black Knight force. I have to fix that on my end. And then he also increases the interval or reduces the action speed of the same pilots. So that's pretty good. Since the anti-Britannian is like a lot of pilots, this goes a long way. It's a really good effect. And then here, basically, you have maximum HP increase, and then you have the skill gauge increase, and the skill gauge fill-up rate increase. I will say one thing. If you use Inanne with the defensive MC, their health goes to, I think, 13,000. So you could use the pendulum with him, with the MC now. With this new maximum HP increase and plus Inanne, excuse me, you can use the pendulum. So that's really good. That was my opinion for why they did this buff. Really good stuff. I wouldn't say if you have the pendulum, I think you can. The pilot could be an S tier because of just the ability to spam that, and also the further debuffing of a huge number of pilots. Because again, this is the anti-Britannian faction, which is Peacemark, that's W0, Wyvern, Black Knights, JLF, Chinese Federation. I assume Kyoto as well. So that's 7 different sub factions. So that's pretty good. But the skill gauge increase and the actual health, it's pretty it's pretty good. I used it recently and I was pretty satisfied with the changes. Just like though with Suzkaku, I wish there was some resurrection effect. But again, there's no way you're going to use this pilot and not use Inanne. And if you did do it that way, that's just stupid. You're just being dumb because Inanne makes every MC significantly stronger. And I think if you're using Inanne, you should. I mean, if you're using this pilot, you got to use Inanne. Now, of course, you might say, "What if I just missed? If I just joined today and I missed her?" Well, shit. I don't know. Shit out of luck. You're shit out of luck and jolly well fucked, and you better wait for the next event, I guess, or reprint. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, it's weird. I would say he's probably still in the A tier, but with Inanne, he's like S plus, I think, or at least S tier, because she really like makes the pilot very usable. So there's that. Now we have, this is the 1.5 anniversary. The only change that was made was that the health recovery effects are better. Okay. I mean, they're fine. I think this is definitely helps a lot. I use this pilot all the time, my like every single team. So I'm glad they improved that. It's not a huge change, but it's a pretty big. But it will make a difference because 8% is obviously twice as than 4. So theoretically, we're talking like 21.5 to a pilot in range over 14. That's a pretty big. That's a pretty big difference. So that's pretty good. For the singer, they added. I think it was the same crap from before, like with. Actually, what did they add? Let's see. Oh, they changed the interval. Looks like they changed the interval. And is that it? Deployment cost is reduced by 100%. Recovers 15% of all health. And here it increased to 1.9. Oh, they added a deployment cost increase ability, and then they made the interval 15 seconds. All right. For the Code Black faction, probably pretty useful. The HP buff is fine. Deployment cost reduction is fine. Not useful for the pendulum, but you know it's fine. These effects are they're fine. I'm not like totally excited about them, but I'm also not like angry with them. They're fine. That's this pilot, by the way. So okay, yeah, I guess it's fine. Okay, this is the last one. So you have Mario / Maya trapped in Wonderland. These effects are interesting. So the way it works now is you can blow 4 spaces instead of 3. Okay. And then here, a couple nice changes. So the Mark Alice faction reduction is 9 instead of 5, which is good because they're expensive. So I'm glad they changed that. And then the passive recovery is 15% over 20, and then there's attack reduction. It's a free pilot. The Mark Alice faction is super expensive, so yeah. I'm glad they put that in there. That was a huge improvement. That actually helps a lot. Which means this MC basically costs nothing, especially with Inanne on your team, and then everything else gets a better, just a 9 reduction is really welcome, so I appreciate that. Then we get to Remnants of Summer, and the only change with this one is, let's see. Yeah, the skill gauge goes up by 100%. So you get the power boost was improved, and then you also get the skill gauge increased by 100%. That's super important because this MC, not this one, but this one, I really hate this artwork. But anyway, we'll go to this one's. They're both really awkward. Anyways, because they increased the activation 9 from skill, activation storage ability. So if they're constantly increasing your skill gauge passively and you're storing them, it's that's a pretty good combination. Especially, by the way, all C2 pilots, not just the faction itself. So not a huge change, but pretty good. Overall, the winners here is any MC pilots you have all got improved. So if you have all of them or most of them and you got Anane, that's a big win. If you happen to have Kallen, the Ashford, that's a huge win. Toto, obviously. And then the Shirley improvements were nice. The Taizo one, I don't really, take it or leave it. The Suzkaku one is awful. The Cornelia one isn't meta relevant. Maybe never will be. And then with Jeremiah, in theory, will be okay, but in practice, it's still not there yet. Suzkaku is the other one, AA material, and then Yuffie just what were they thinking? And Shin Hyuga, why not, right? So, and same with Shin Hyuga and Marika, why not? I guess. I'd say overall, I'm happy with the pilot buffs. Okay, now let's move on to Nightmare Frames. We got quite a few changes. I did these all. I tried to shove as many as I could at one time because the changes were they're very simple, but they were quite significant. Let's start with the Lancelot flight enabled version for short range weapons. So first of all, it doesn't take as many attacks to get it to charge up, which is nice. It does 8x and 25k or 26k basically fixed damage. I'm not sure why they always have it written like this instead of like 26,000. Is that some like psychological thing that if you see this, you think it does more than 26,000? I have no idea. But that's the Flyneo version short range weapon. The long range, again, they improved the charging, so it takes less shots. Does 10x and then 29 fixed damage instead of 10k. Believe it or not, that's actually a pretty significant change. Then we have the original Lancelot. This is the Master Vibration Sword. So again, the charging is a lot faster. It does 6x and 20k, which is a lot. Keep in mind, there's some night frames that are modern, like the Valiants, who also do I think it's 19,000 or 29,000. So the fact this does it on standard, on level 5 is pretty crazy. So that's kind of cool. Then the Varus. This was, man, now I'm getting nostalgic because when this game first came out, the Varus was like the best weapon in the game. For those who played the global, you understand that as well. And now it's actually not returned to its former glory, but 7.5 attack power and 20k is still, it's still significant. And 3 instead of 5 helps a lot too. And then we have the Blaze Luminous, which is a 2 charge. It does 5x your attack power and 16k to 2 enemies in range and puts a shield up equal to 30 max health instead of 15. So, not bad. Thoughts on all these? I think the fly enabled one was a huge win. I still use Nightmare Frame, believe it or not, because what happens is there's certain maps where the enemies are so far away that only this Nightmare Frame can actually reach them, or the Sarlin Custom, or one of the Vincent Snipe, or what's the other one? The two Alexanders that Yukia uses. The Type 2 and then the Valiant. But if you don't have those, this is the next best option. So, pretty useful. For the Lancelot, I don't know. I would have preferred stat improvements for the new Lancelot that came out. We'll get to in a second, which is the one that goes on top of this one. The Lancelot, the Lord Lancelot. I know there's so many Lancelot. It's insane. But I think the buffs to these are fine. If you're just starting out in the game, you can get through most stuff rather easily. And I imagine also it's probably going to help for some of the harder extra missions, maybe early on in the game, like the obviously like 1.5. Some of those are really pain in the ass, so maybe buffing these Lancelots will make it harder. I'm sorry, easier. I don't know how that opposite could have occurred. But yeah, I think they just improved these maybe for the Lancelot Lord, but the Lord doesn't care about the Nitrogen skill abilities, he cares about their stats, so the stats weren't improved. Of these two, the Fly Enable one, I like those effects buffs more. I still use this thing all the time. I stopped using a Lancelot years ago. It's just not, unfortunately, it's not good anymore. Even this one, which at least it has a low deployment cost, so that helps, I guess. All right, next we have is the Lancelot Conquista. So the MVS, it deals 7x your attack power and deals, I'm sorry, 10x, my bad, and 30k, 4 moves of range, and then immune to stun for 30 seconds. So they improved these stats a little bit. Now, the Conquista needed significant buffs because that's one of those Nightmare frames where, unlike the Lancelot Flight Enable version, where we all kind of acknowledge that it's from the R1 era of Code Geass, and so I don't expect it to be competitive now. But Conquista, I mean, that was still a pretty powerful Nightmare frame, even with an R2. And that was a level of, let's say, a Mordred or a Tristan. So it definitely needed improvements. So I'm glad they did that. If you're going to improve the Tristan and the Mordred, you got to improve the Conquista. It's only fair. So that was a nice little change there. The Varus, it has a quicker charge. It does 10x and 30k. Very good. So I definitely like that one. Also does 5 damage instead of 4. That's pretty good. Again, like I said with the MVS, it needed a buff, so I appreciate that. Though apparently this was improved, I didn't realize, but it does 600,000 instead of 400,000. I don't know. I would have liked if they reduced the redeployment time instead of increasing the attack power, but whatever. It's I mean, it's not a huge difference because before it dealt 500,000, now it does 600. I don't know. I don't see a huge difference. I'm also kind of confused from a gameplay standpoint. Why is a Flea fired from the Lancelot deal less damage than a Flea fired from the Damocles? It's the same Flea. The only explanation I have is that the Flea from the Damocles doesn't have the limiter, and that's why it does more damage. Which actually kind of makes sense. That must be why, now that I think about it. Still, though, I would have liked a little more damage. Okay, then we get to the Vercingetorix. Didn't expect a buff here, but man, I'm happy we got one. So, now you deal more damage, like it's 35k fixed, still 10x. The rest of the abilities are exactly the same. You recover 35% of your health for each enemy you destroy with the skill, but man, 35,000 plus the 59,000 from Shin Hyuga from his own ability. That's just disgusting. Oh my god! But this is crazy though. On deployment, you can reduce the cost to change direction by 50%. You can change its direction. Oh my god! Do you know how insane that is? And also, they should have had it from the get-go, because if you watch Akito the Exiled, the Vercingetorix, it was an animal. Like it moved really quickly on the battlefield. It took out multiple foes at one time. It definitely needed to switch directions. So that was a nice little change. And hey, why not? Let's reduce that ability too. See, it reduces the cost to change directions thanks to the features. And then also, wait a minute, there's 3 effects here. This one I'm not sure if this is true or not, but apparently it also has like, its normal attacks increased by 1 and reduces attack damage. You know, because why not? Let's just throw that in there too. Oh my god. Again, like I said before, I didn't think Shin Hyuga or the Vercingetorix needed any buffs, but the game's like, let's just put it in there. So, damn. He was already SS in my opinion. Now, I mean, he definitely isn't going anywhere. SS plus or whatever. I would say with these buffs, Shin Hyuga is basically 1 tier below the best in the game. Just insane what they did. Okie doke. Then we get to Zangetsu. The change they made for this one is 10x and then 30k. And besides that, he has a new feature was added, which is if he attacks enemies with the skill gauge or knife from skill. Wait, reduce action with knife from skill range. Yeah, okay. So if you use a skill with this Nightmare frame, everything in range is reduced by like 3 seconds, or their speed, I believe, which means that you can deal more damage. This is super important because one of the problems with the Zangetsu is that its attack speed is very slow. Like Toto has to spin like an idiot to make it work, which I understand the show he did that as like a dramatic way to attack Suzaku, but if you actually watch the show though, when Tone has to do a quick maneuver, he can. Like when he fought against Edgar, he just sliced him up, or other pilots as well. If he has to, he can attack very quickly. Not everything has to be so over dramatic, but because they gave him such an over dramatic, or the Nightmare Frame such an over dramatic attack animation, they had to balance it out by some way by saying, okay, well now if you attack an enemy with your skill, they slow down. So if you didn't finish them off, you can do it next time. Although with 10x and 30k, you should have no problem, especially with the Toto increasing his damage limit by 100k. So if you can't kill after all that, well, damn, you must be facing against like extra enemies. Here's the Nightmare Frames in question, by the way. Here's the Conquista weapons, and then here's the Vercingetorix and the Zangetsu, my favorite Nightmare Frame in Code Geass. Okay, let's move on now to the Gurren changes. Yep, there were Gurren changes. First, Flying Nail version. Only change was 10x and 30k. Appreciate this. It needed more damage. Then we have the Gurren Mark II. Does 7.5, increase the charge, and then does 20k. Same with the original arm. No, they're exactly the same. And then the Gloucester arm. This is the free one you get, by the way, from the Nightmare Frame Boss Guild, or the Guild store, since that event's never come back again. Interesting enough, though, they didn't buff the Lancelot with the Sarlin arm for some reason, but they buffed the Gloucester arm. Even though... Oh, I know why. Because this one's eligible, but that one isn't. I don't know why that's the case. I'll get to what I'm saying earlier. Later on, I mean. But basically, they improved the fixed damage abilities on all these Nightmare Frames. They do basically either 20 or 16k. And in the case with this one does 20 or 30. Are these good effects? I guess so. I mean, if you have there's a couple of Kallens that are very offensive or melee oriented, or sorry, short range weapon. So I guess in those cases it's fine. I tested out. I mean, the Satan Elements Gurren with the Gloucester arm Gurren was a decent combination, and of course using the Summer Kallen with the Gurren Mark II, you do more damage. So in theory, it's fine, but kind of like I said before with Suzkaku earlier, these just feel like they have to be in the game now because everything's just so much better that, again, it doesn't feel like a natural improvement or buff that they did out of the kindness of their heart, but rather they did it because they had to scale things up because everything's just so much harder now. They have to do this by default. And maybe like the Lancelot thing I was saying earlier, it's to help people get through some of those harder missions, like the 1.5 extra stuff, which I have to admit was kind of bullshit. So the only one I really like, though, that I think was just actually necessary and probably choice-based was this one with the Flying Naval version, because it absolutely needed more fixed damage. And I got a second one recently, so I needed that. And then finally we have, I think it's the last ones, right? Yep. Okay, the Nai Wayne and then the Mark Alice were improved from the Mark Alice faction. So the only change here for the Nai Wayne is it does more damage. The multiplier is 11x instead of 6x. It's the only difference. The Mark Alice does 34 instead of 19, and I believe in 12x. The Mark Alice buff I like more than Nai Wayne. It's fine. Mark Alice, though, that's pretty good, especially with Nunnally, which is, of course, if you have this Nightmare Frame, you have Nunnally because you can't get it any other way. So they basically gave Nunnally a buff as well, if you think about it. Pretty good. I think all Nightmare Frames buffs I liked the most was the Vercingetorix and Zangetsu. The Gurrens are good for new players, same with the Lancelots. And the Conquista and the Flying Naval version is good for, I guess, current players. Although now I think about it, it's still hard to get those pilots. I mean those Nightmare Frames. So I guess just kind of like with Jeremiah, if you happen to get a Gurren Mark II now, it's actually useful. Well, sort of. Ow. And the Nightmare Frame buffs all around were not as good as the pilots, except for a handful of ones. Like, I think these are fine. And the Gurren, it's a mix because the game is now harder now, so the buffs don't go as far as they would. Of course, that's on purpose. The Lancelot's again is also kind of mixed. The Vercingetorix is the only like insanely OP one. Same with the Zangetsu. So I don't know. They're good, but I don't know if they're as good as I thought they were when I was first reading this. Anyways, we are about, oh my god, an hour in. Jesus. Okay, let's go to new pilots. So first we have is Lelouch, the demon who changed the reason of the world. Hope you guys like reading because there's a lot here. All right, first he's part of the College of Magic. He comes with the Gekoi Golem. We'll get to that later. All right, here we go. On deployment, and every 5 seconds thereafter, reduces enemy actions being arranged by 5 seconds. All enemies in range of the magic circle will stop moving for 3 seconds. And they'll get passive percent damage. And then reduces the cooldown time of all night frames by 25%. Then you can spend 12 deployment points to deploy a magic circle over an area, max 2. He nullifies debuffs for himself. He increases your deployment points by 100%. Oh, okay. So basically, if you withdraw a pilot on your team, you gain back the cost of it. Not bad. The magic circle itself will stop enemies in range and deal percent damage. You must wait 6 seconds to redeploy the panel, and you can't place it on top of other panels, but you can put it under ally units, enemy units, which is actually pretty useful because sometimes you can't do that. All right, HP is, for a strategy, pretty good. Cost is 9. That's fine. I don't expect it to be that low because, again, it's a strategy. Redeployment time, as you expect, to be fast. And then the long range is good. Low range, not so much. Of all the pilots you can get, Lelouch is definitely the worst one. Because the thing is, I don't mind the whole stop everyone and do percent damage. And then this like random like cooldown effect and then deployment point effect. But I don't know. There's something about these abilities that they just seem really underwhelming to me compared to everything else we're going to look at. They could have made him the free pilot, and I would have been fine with it. Even the panel, look at this. The range of this is awful. If the range was better, maybe I would be happier about it. But these abilities they're not bad. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. I think this might be a take, I suppose, but I think the SBK Lelouch is still better. You know, on deployment, increase your cost, increase the damage limit of everyone who's an MC or God Rebellion, I believe, and then also everyone gets a resurrection effect. It's not as fancy as this one, but it's more effective. Maybe it'll grow on me. I don't know. I mean, it's got enough health. You can use them with the God Rebellion, I suppose, or not the God Rebellion, but the Gwaine GR. It also works well with the Gekoi Golem, so maybe it's better than I think it is. It just, upon reading it, I'm just not sure how I feel about this. At least the magic circle effect is pretty decent. I mean, I assume it stacks, so you have like, you know, stop it for 6 seconds and then 6% damage every like 1 second intervals, which is pretty good. Not, I don't know, it's complicated. All right, now let's go to C2. And, okay, so Assault Pilot, College of Magic, comes with a Gekoi Golem. Let's see, so it's a Assault, so you expect deployment point increasing. So you get like 8, and then also the next one's reduced by 100%. I said before, this is pretty standard stuff. Nullifies enemy debuffs on all pilots in a range of the circles. This is a really good effect, and it makes them immune for further effect for 13 seconds. And you can spend 10 to deploy one of these circles, max 2. And then, like every other C2, you can't touch her, and then restores her health by 8%. The magic circle nullifies enemy debuffs and allies in a range. And then, yeah, that's it. Her health is about the same as Lelouch's. Cost, she has the same relative cost. Defense is better, but she's got balanced attack stats. This is super good because you have the Meowdred or the Nightwing. You can use it for both. Her health could be better, but she does heal herself, so it kind of balances out. C2 is really good because I don't even care about the deployment cost ability. Irrelevant. What I like is the fact that you have basically a nullification on every enemy that's debuffed. Or I'm sorry, you can nullify enemies' debuffs on your pilot with her magic circles, which The range of it is exactly the same. It's this, but it's way more useful than I feel like than stopping enemies and doing passive damage, which has its place, like dealing with drones and things like that. But I like the effect where, hey, just place these panels. Everyone in the panels, they're immune to your opponent's debuffs. That is super helpful. Now, is this better than, say, the Bunny C2, who just increases the skill gauge by 100% and debuffs everything? No, that Bunny C2 is way better than this one. Still, though, I like the panel and the magic effect of debuffing enemies. The artwork is pretty good, too, which is surprising because a lot of C2 artwork's kind of mid these days. I know that's definitely not the standard opinion, but that's just how I feel. I will say, though, of the four, I think this is probably the best overall pilot because of the effect debuffs. Okay, moving on, we have the Gakoi Golem. Okay, limited iron frame acquired by summoning C2, as you guys know, and Lelouch. Float unit of a ranged weapon. 4th or attack, attacks 4 enemies at a time. You must wait 6 before deploying unless a C2 or Lelouch pilot is using it. I'm sorry, if... Yeah, I said it right. My wording here was awkward, but you know what I mean. That's pretty good. 4th or attack, attacks 4 enemies, and then no wait time using the right pilot. I like that. That there's no annoying ass, you have to wait 30 seconds. Have we done rolls yet? No, we're going over the updates first. Then I'll do the rolls. Okay, so defense is 450, cost 24. Damn, that's a lot. And then effects are 1 block. That's actually not terrible. That helps a lot, and that's actually a good little thing there. Anyways, because it's a float unit. All right, so I'm sorry, a long range weapon float unit. Okay, so special level 5, no activation conditions. Deals 15 extra attack power and 65k to 15 enemies in range. Jesus. And then the damage limit increased by 200k, and you gotta wait 5 seconds. Okay. Pretty standard stuff. I've seen this so many times at this point. Features: you can spend 10 deployment points to deploy a magic circle pen and works with the panels. So essentially, you get 3 panels. That's pretty good. And I believe the panel works exactly the same. See, this was confusing on the wiki site. This is what Lelouch's does. So I figured it just mirrors what the pilot you're using does. So instead of it being the 3% damage, it would be nullifying enemy debuffs. But I don't have the pilot, so I can't confirm nor deny that. But that logic would follow. Anyways, a level 5, you nullify down up to 59,000 damage, I believe. And then if it's level 1 through 4, it's like 2,900. Then 3 clarifies the weight conditions. Why this is still a thing, I don't know. And then you'll deal fixed damage to each enemy unit range with each attack, which is just, why not? The Nightmare skill damage limit can be applied twice. So this thing is disgusting. I mean, you're dealing 30k just by saying hello, and then, wow. Extra must be really hard if this Nightmare has all these stacked abilities. I'm not gonna lie, this thing is pretty OP. I still don't want Lelouch though, but damn, that's a good Nightmare frame. Look at the range of this thing. Look at this. Disgusting. Is that 5 spots ahead? Wow. Just damn. Okay. All right, moving on. We have Kallen. I am not a fan of the artwork. You guys already know that. But it's still pretty cool. I like the fire like behind her with the Gurren. It's awesome. And the Gurren reminds me of what's that Isekai mecha anime? It's like from the 90s. Damn it, I hate when I can't remember stuff, but that's the one it reminds me of. Okay, anyways. It'll come to me later. Rank 4 Annihilator Pilot, College of Magic, of course, and you get the Gurren State A elements, you know, just for, why not? No, not Knights and Magi. It's called, oh, Magical Knight, I remember, Magical Knight Ray Earth. That's what it reminds me of. Okay. On deployment, and every 8 seconds thereafter, all deployed allied pilots, okay, can store 2 knife skill activations. Their skill gauge goes up by 100%. Their skill power by 50%. Damage limit goes up by 50,000. That's disgusting. That means everyone can store 2 skill activations and get all the standard gauge, skill power, and damage limit buffs. Wow. That's just disgusting. Then during the battle, because this alone is insane, right? That's like a whole army to itself. But let's throw more stuff in there. So you increase the attack power, defense, maximum HP by 50k. So on top of all the skill boost abilities, we also get the standard stuff as well. You can switch directions by 100%. Reduce the cooldown time for any knife frame with Gurren and its name. You don't have to be using a Gurren, which is awesome. And then you can deploy a magic panel, which turns an iron frame into the Gurren. Now, the Gurren Ryuki, or whatever it's called. And you can use it to fly. And then these are flying iron frames you can use it on, which is the Sage 8 Elements, the Fly Naval version, MK2 with the Gloucester arm, MK2 with the Type 1 armor equipment. That's that first arm. Comes with the Kallen with the bunny suit, and Kallen with the Chinese restaurant outfit. Gurren type special, special. I wrote it twice. Sorry. Special flaming halo. Now, how do you turn it into the Ryuki? Well, it says in the panel description, you have to pay 10 deployment points 4 times. So you have to put the panel under the Gurren, and then you just pay 40 deployment points, and it turns into the Gurren Ryuki. That's it. I know. Just like that, the magic is gone. Okay. Health-wise, you get over 10k, 0 cost, which makes sense because this is already expensive as hell. Although that's actually secretly broken, because if you don't want to use the Gurren Ryuki, I mean, wow, okay. Short range, of course, long range, high. What are you expecting? Obviously, high insane attack power, low interval. I mean, high interval. I mean, it's just, wow. They went all out with Kallen. Damn it. Now I'm kind of wondering if I should go for her instead, but we'll see what happens, right? It's been kind of a fun little thing here where I don't know. I'm not sure how this is gonna go down, so we're gonna find out together. So that's Kallen, super OP. Now let's get to our Nightmare frame, the Gurren Ryuki, and like I said, you have to put the. Oh, that's what I forgot to show you. This is the I forgot to mention. This is the panel. It looks like this. It's literally one spot. So you put that under a Gurren, you spend 40 deployment points, and then you summon it. Here's the eligible Nightmare frame, like I said before. Float unit for long range and short range, which is pretty standard because, I mean, the God Rebellion has both, the Ortigia has both, and I believe the Lancelot High-Grow Fly Enabled has both. So there's that. All stats are inherited from the Gurren, like I said before, so you use it to summon it, and then attacks 5 enemy units at a time. So any of these Gurren that are listed here, it'll have those stats. Special level 5 can be activated on deployment every 10 seconds thereafter. Deals 20 extra attack power and 100k to 10 enemies using range, and you increase the base value to 300. Feature-wise, you can increase this attack and defense and block count. Okay. You can pay 10 deployment points to deploy up to 2 magical circle panels that deal 20x your attack power, and basically the panels do your knife or skill gauge to people, which is disgusting. And you can deploy up to 2 of them, and then the panels withdraw, so they're basically like the Alexander drones. You can nullify short range damage up to 59 attack power, and then long range up to 10k. That's disgusting. And then on deployment 3 seconds after, you can normal attacks become critical, skill attacks become critical. You ignore all the enemy like buffs, reduction effects, etc., etc. And damage that can be applied twice. Do I have to say any more? This thing is disgusting. This thing basically says you're going to take damage in multiple ways, and you can't do anything about it. You're going to take it from the magic circle panels, the skill gauge effect, and then I don't care about your shield's effects, or I don't care about that. You're gonna take a lot of damage over and over again. And keep in mind, look at the range of this thing. Yeah. What the hell? What is this? A Galligan ship? That's how old I am. Guys remember Galligan? That's what it looks like, a Galligan ship. You know, one of these. Is it called Galligan? Of course, it's somewhat named that way. The Namco game, Namco Classic Games. What was it? Is it called Galligan? Is it not a Namco game? I thought it was a Namco game. Yeah, what is this? This is what it looks like. What is that? That's what it is. It's called Galaga. My bad. Yeah, it looks like Galaga. Yeah, see, it kind of looks like those ships. Like, yeah, this one here. See, it kind of looks like the shape of this ship right here. It kind of looks like this. Anyways. So there we go. This thing is, it's really good. Okay. Then we get to Suzkaku. The artwork here is pretty good. Actually, this is my favorite artwork of all of the four. All right, again, time to do a lot of reading. All right, comes to the Lancelot Albion, already starting off at a good spot. On deployment every 50 seconds thereafter. If this pilot moves with the magical circle, we'll get to that. This pilot will be prioritized as attack targets for 15 seconds. This is a defensive pilot, by the way. That's why the attack prioritization makes sense. All deployed ally units will recover 100% of their health if they reach 0, so resurrection, and they gain a shield, then increase max health, and all this blah 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 stuff. Oh my god. So you move them, pilots will get resurrection effect, shield boost, max HP boost. Awesome. During the battle, nullifies enemy blow and suck and fixed damage effects. Reduces cooldown time of all Lancelots, and then you deploy a magic panel, which turns a specific nightmare frame of a Lancelot's name into a Lancelot Lord. So that's pretty cool. The ones you can use are the Flight Naval version, the Lancelot, the Conquista Albion. Not type special? You know what? This seems really key to type special. I mean, I'm sorry, the Sin and the Sin whatever. I'm gonna look that up later. Actually, let's do it right now. Really? It doesn't. I mean, I was on the site recently. It doesn't let you use That's kind of lame. Let me go to one second. I hate this website. One day I'll stop using it. I'm gonna be very excited for that day. But unfortunately, now I'm still reliant on it. I think I always will be, but at least I won't have to like go to it for information. You can't use the Sin? Where is it? That's it? Wow. Okay. So the Gurren has more variety in that respect. Or utility, I should say. Okay. Anyways, okay. Then for his health, you got over 12,000. 0 cost, again, because of the panel bullshit. I guess you would call it that. Insane defense, by the way. It just happens to be over 1,000. 4 block. Balanced attack stats on high intervals. And again, the artwork is pretty awesome, and the panel is exactly the same as the Kallen's because it's only meant to go under a Lancelot. Okay, then we get a Lancelot Lord. Look at this artwork. Jesus. Okay. So, like I said before, you put a panel under a Lancelot, then you pay 40 deployment points, and bam, there you go. Okie doke. Float unit for long range and short range weapon. Just like before, all the base stats are inherited from the past Lancelots, just like the Gurren Ryuki. Okay, you can consume 3,500 HP to activate the skill. Does 20 your attack power and 100k. 10 enemies in range. The base value goes to 300k. You must wait 5 seconds. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. During the battle, increase the pod's attack power and defense 30%. Block count by 1. This is the crazy part. You can pay 5 deployment points to deploy up to 3 magical circle panels that allow you to move this pilot to that location, but you must wait 3 seconds after moving to move again. And keep in mind, the new Suzkaku activates when you have to when you move it. What's it call it? And then then feature 3 says you can clarify the skill. Okay, yeah, that crap. Increase deployment points by 1 and restore 20% each time you attack. That's actually pretty crazy. So as long as you're, yeah, that I can see that being actually rather useful. Skill damage limit can be increased 100%, or it can be applied twice. Sorry. Oh, you have to go, W. Kane. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. Anyways, so this mechanic basically changes the way the game can be played, at least with this Suzkaku or anyone that uses the land slot, because, or the land slot lord, because you can essentially set up different spots on the battlefield and just move your land slot anywhere you want. I mean, that's, talk about switching direction. That's a whole nother thing. Does this mean in the future Night Frames will be able to like just move around the battlefield? That's, you know, I thought Shamna's effect was insane. This is like next level. Wow. Jesus. Okay. Got one of the more insane effects so far. I mean, of all the Night Frames, this thing is just like, wow. And look at the range of this thing. Very nice. What is that, like 4 each side or something? Why not? And then, of course, that's the panel that you can deploy, which doesn't matter because you're only going to one location anyway, so why would it be bigger than that? Those are the pilots. In my opinion, I think it goes C2, and then Suzkaku, and then Kallen and Lelouch. And Lelouch is significantly worse than the other 3. They could have just made him the free pilot, but I'm glad they didn't because there's always a chance I get something else. All right. Now, let's go for the first year anniversary, 30th anniversary updates, and then we'll move on to going to the game. I know a lot of stuff here, but this was a huge update, so I wanted to go through all the major stuff that happened. And in some cases, still hasn't happened. At least those perverted ads are not playing right now, which is good. Those are so annoying. Okay. All right, so you got the 4 characters. We discussed them already. This is what the Damocles is going to look like when it comes out. The Lelouch Damocles, they're still working on that pilot, but that's the artwork. There's a magic event. So, a bunch of updates here. I'm not going to list them. I guess I'll go on Discord server then. Yeah, there's like a limited edition rank 4 ticket that lets you improve the odds of getting the rerun event banner. If you care, it improves your odds, which I guess is better than the alternative, which is waiting like the specific week or day you want to get the pilot you're looking for. There's 200 free summons. You get 10 every day. You can do it You can do it as it comes out or wait to the end, which is what I'm going to do. There's going to be a couple like quality of light changes, which I'll show you guys when I get into the game. There's supposed to be a new gameplay mechanic, which is not in there yet. So we'll see how that goes. They want to make a new pilot, and so you can vote on who you want it to be. I voted for, there's a couple ones you can vote for. Just keep in mind, the birthday stuff is over with. They're not doing that anymore. I understand. It wasn't very profitable, like I imagine. So in this case, you get to vote for what you want the next pilot to be. I, of course, voted for both Ceciles because, what else would I be voting for? And I think Sapphire and a couple others, and of course Bradley, which we'll never get, but we'll see how that goes. I have a feeling it's going to be more of the same, unfortunately, because while I really like this game at times, I don't like the fact that it seems they're trying to print less and less of other characters, and they're sticking to the most popular ones to make money. There was something about the birthday banners where you got a chance to get access to a character you normally wouldn't because they're not popular. I mean, I voted for Cecile twice because there's 2 different ones they had for her, but something tells me most people will not vote for Cecile, so there probably will never be another pilot for her ever in the game's history if they keep going down this road. Anyways, next thing, not to sound morbid, but the next thing they have is the part 4. You can see Norlon, and more crap. We'll see how this is. It's gonna be based on Pura Milia. There was a new promo video, so I want to go in the Discord server and just read some of these things real quick. Let me see something. Is there any specific thing I should talk about? I'm looking at this real quick and see if there's any specific things. No, not really. I think I covered all the main stuff. Okay. It's a lot though. I mean, they really improved the game a lot. The Nightmare frames, you can upgrade them with like one. You know, let me just pull it up. And unlike before, I don't have to change my VPN because I had these loaded up before I even started the stream, which always saves you time. Huh? 1 second. It's right here. Why is it not? Why can't I present it? Computer, why are you being stupid? There it is. Okay. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. I get some water. I've just been talking for 1 hour and a half straight. I'll be right back. Okie doke. I have over 120K or close enough, so there's that. I've saved up 5. I'm gonna wait till the end to do that one. All right, let's start with my freebie. So many banners. Oh yeah, there's a. You can go after Mariani if you want her, but I mean, why would you? Okay. Here's the reprint. We're not going for that, or this one either. Oh yes, he's got a paid Sakuradite or something. I don't know what this is. I don't really care either. We're just gonna move on. Okay, we'll start with the free summon because you usually don't get any good on that one. Let's just burn that one off first. Well, there goes that. All right, let's see which one we're getting. Like I said, my opinion, it's going to be Lelouch. I can almost guarantee you, because this game hates me, it's going to be Lelouch. If it was Suzkaku, I mean, wow, I'd be shocked, but well, not that shocked actually, because you got 1 in 4 chance. But I'm just telling you, the one I don't want is the one I'm going to get. All right, let's do it. Please give me Suzkaku so I can move on to try to get C2. It is Kallen. All right, not awful. You know, I can definitely. That's not bad actually. You know what? That's not bad. She's pretty OP. Plus, an Arsene 8 element can never hurt either. Damn, that's pretty good. You're Kallen? I didn't know that. I will Where's the window snip? Yeah. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh well. Well, let me do that again. I want to take a better snip. I didn't want to do the whole thing. I want to just do what I got. We'll do a rectangular, and then I'll just grab what I want then. No, I don't want show. No, I didn't want to do that. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Kallen's pretty OP, so. Okay, so I want Zaku though, so we're gonna try to. I'll do a couple spins against Zaku. I'm not like dead set I have to have him, but it'd be nice. So we'll go with Suzkaku next, and we'll do a couple rounds, see where this goes. I don't even see him here, so let's just move on. Okay, I didn't even see a defensive pilot, so now if I get the Lucifer C2, I mean, wait, you can't. I forgot. This is they're each their banners. My bad. I don't know why I was singing that. You can't. It's one banner only, which is good, I guess. 'Cause I don't really want the other pilots. I want Zaku. All right. So far, that's 20 summons, and we've gotten cut up. No. Yep. Nothing. Oh yeah, but you can't get the limited ones though. I know that. I saw people's banner polls and how they screamed in anger. I saw it. I know. That's not Suzkaku. That's shit. Not what I wanted. What we're getting. Oh my god! It happened again! Because I attacked the lolly, I get more of this crap. I mean, I don't know. Oh my god, why do you do this to me? Why did you give me Marika again? Again? You can get a side A and side C? Oh. You can get them. Oh. I didn't know that. Alright. Well, I didn't get that anyways. I got instead freaking Marika and her Ava bullshit outfit. Oh, let's go see. Damn it. I didn't want that. Marika, you bastard. Why'd you spook me? Marika, what the fuck? Okay. Alright. Thanks, Marika. Thanks a lot. That's totally what I wanted. Thanks. Thanks a lot, you know? Thanks a lot. Alright, we'll keep going. I mean, I got lots of courage. I'm not gonna go for broke, but you know, I'll do a couple more, see what happens. But I was hoping against Zaku. I really want to try the teleporting ability. It looks really interesting. Come on. Oh my god! You piece of shit! Piece of shit. Upgrade? Of course not. Okay, that kind of makes up for it. This Rolo is OP as hell, so that kind of makes up for it. Kinda. Yay, my fourth Shinkiro. Awesome. That roll is so broken. I could do whatever I want. Whatever. I do what I want. Okay. I didn't really want Rallo, but I mean I didn't really I wanted this game always does it. It's like, listen, you can't have what you want, but have you considered this? How much more am I gonna go with this? I'll do a couple more rounds. I really want Suzkaku. Come on. Don't be like this. It's totally being like this. I really wanted a new Suzkaku. I could use another Albion too, but no, I had to get. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, if they get Cecile red dress, I'll be satisfied. 100%. I'll do a couple more now. I'll do to 100 and move on. Guys say the lost Sakura, so I think it's fine. This game, it's like, that's it, bro. You're done. You're not getting any more, okay? Happy what you have. No, I mean, am I in the right banner? Okay. Just making sure I'm in the right banner. Come on, man. Just give me Suzkaku. Why does it have to be so complicated? You couldn't give me the Sin, so give me this one. Give me both, actually. Oh my god. Piss off. Alright, last one. And I'm moving on. Say the rest of it for whatever. If I can't get 100 pull, I'm not going to get him at all. Yeah, I'm not getting him. Well, it was meant to be. I got a rank 4, but I don't know what it was. Are you... I already maxed him out. Wow. Wow. I already maxed him out. And no Suzkaku. FML. Well, that sucked. But that's expected. Okay, let's move on now. We'll do some scout tickets, and I'll do my guaranteed 4s, and move on to my other account. Son of a biscuit. Okay. Here comes the guaranteed 4 I should have gone. I spent... What? Yep. Fuck this game. Sorry. I spent what? I did 100 pulls 10 times or something, or 100 times, so what, 30,000? Got nothing. Garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. Of course, I don't get 2 4s anymore. You know, those days are long over with. I'm not getting this in. It's gonna be some crappy 4 I already have. I'm sorry, Phantom. That's not cool. I could use a second Alfalfa, though. I will definitely take that second Alfalfa. I apologize, fam. I know this is like, this must be like hell for you because I've gotten her twice now. All right. I'll take a second alfalfa. They're pretty good. I maxed her out already, but I'll take the second alfalfa, so that's not a huge loss. But okay, we'll do one more ticket summon, then I'll do the guarantee. I'll do a couple of the guaranteed 4 rank tickets, and then we'll move on to the next account. Oh no, I got to do something on here first, then we'll move on. Okay, I need more. I need lockets. That's the thing. I need more lockets. Okay. Now I got 4 4s, and it was pretty awful. Awful in terms of my rates or the 4th I got. Just I mean, Rolo was the only like one I actually kind of needed. What the hell is this one? So I tell them I'm not gonna like it. That's a rank 4? Oh my god, I didn't know. Oh, I think I maxed him out already. Oh, damn it. But I go use another one of these, so that's fine. It's like one of those where at least the Nightmare Frame I get a duplicate, so I'll take it. But damn, I think I maxed him out. This game really is like, wow, man, these are awful summons. Man, just man, I'll do one more just for the lulz, but wow, can I get something I don't have? Stop giving me duplicates. Give me something new and something good. New and good. Please, new and good, not old and crap. I already have this Ash. I already have these pilots. What is with these cracked pools? Or are these God, my luck has gotten to the complete shitter. Complete shitter. Guys, this is awful. Talk about getting yeah, see her see her expression there? That's how I feel right now. What the fuck was that? Mary was watching these pulls and was saying to herself, what the hell was that? Believe me, Mary, I don't know either. Well, at least I got nightmare frames to build. Let's build some nightmare frames. I'm going to do 3 at a time. It's not funny, Rockshot. It's not amusing, okay? I'm not answering your jokes right now. Oh, my camera's dead. Perfect. Summation of everything. Okay. Yeah, I'd say F in the chat. That was I mean, yeah, I got some good stuff in there, but there was some crappy stuff as well. Now, I will do their summons in a bit. I just want to get through some. I want to finish up with this game first. So I'm gonna do the challenges real quick, and then, um, all right, okie doke. I don't got a lot of Sakura in that account, so we'll see. Okay. So let's go through some of the updates they added. All right. So first of all, hey Kallen, let's upgrade you to 100. 100. Let's go. I hate this outfit. It's so stupid. They cannot help this with the Kallen. They have to like have her look like this at all times. I'm gonna max out Rollo as well because I burp like an animal. I'm gonna max out Rollo because he's OP as hell. Yeah, the hat's cute, but the why the open outfit? You know, it's just what the fuck. They always do with Kallen. You know, they have to humiliate her. You're welcome. Can I move on now, please? Okay. You're welcome, but I got stuff to do. Okay, so let's just hold on. Let me just get her to look. I have 400 of these damn bottles of wine or whatever the hell this is. Birthday crap. Okay. Okay. All right, now let's look at my goal I have. It's insane. It should cost nothing. Oh, I probably have to. Let's see. I gotta do this one, right? Let's see. I'll just finish her off. There we go. Game's seizing out. I can't handle it. Awesome stats, of course. All right, now let's go to my other fours that I got. Little, yeah. See, Jerry, I didn't max him out, but God, that's so painful. I hate when you get stuck in the middle like that. That's so annoying. Whatever. This game's like, that's the game in a nutshell. You want to get that pilot? Nope. Ashley's good though. Like he's legitimately a good pilot. It's just I wanted something else, you know? Someone else. Put your hand down, okay? Yu-Gi-Oh character. Yeah, I guess so. She comes like, yeah, that's true. There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh and Digimon inspiration in these in this game. At least in this event, I should say. Alright, next. Oh, let me go and sell my extra shit, and then I can go and upgrade Rallo. Let's go do that. Where are my lockets? No, not this. This. Okay. I did a lot of summons today, so watch this. Watch again. I'll get like 50s for like 7,000. I'll probably get like 50 lockets because the game is just The game hates you. I'll get 100. That's fine, I guess. Okay. Django Mango. Django Mango. I like Django Mango. All right, Rallo. You have earned. You know, I'll get him to 80. 100 might be a little expensive right now. 100 might be a little bit too much right now. Yeah, I'll that's probably enough. I'm sure it won't be as good, but I can't, unless I really have to, I can't afford to go beyond this. And oh, I have to. Oh, I'm making fun of him. I know his Rolo. It's Rolo, but I like saying Rallo because it's funny. No, I know it's Rolo. Okay, it's a joke. It's just a joke. I know you, brother, more than anyone else. I get it, Rolo. Okay, let's see. Can I afford? Of course I can. I haven't upgraded anything in like months because I haven't gotten anything in months. Hello, darkness, my old friend, but still. All right, let's see how those let's go check out those challenge missions, see how bullshit they are. Isn't that exciting? All right, I'm gonna go as fast as I can through this because they actually did some quality of life changes that make this a little easier. Yep, I only did hard for the new stuff because I just don't have the patience to sit through it. Okay, back up. Now we're going to the challenges and see how bad these are. Hopefully they're not too bad. Oh my god, there's so many. Alright, what are we doing first? What is this? Do I have to like perform some crazy ritual? Alright, let's do what's the restriction for this? Is there restrictions? Let me just turn off all, let me just make sure everything is okay. Let's see. No restrictions, huh? That can't be right. Okay. Well, let's use Kallen. I got her. Well, let's use her. And I'll give her, yeah, we'll give her the Gurn. Why not? First one's on wireframe skill. Oh, shit. All right. Hear that, boys? No wireframe skill, which means we need passive damage. Oh, well, perfect. I'll use Carly. She'll be great. Thanks for the tip. I'll keep that in mind. Who else? It's weird using Kallen and not into Gurren City Elements. Don't worry, I'll have it ready for you when you're ready. But for now, let's think. No skill gauge. Or no skills. So we have to do a lot of extra damage. Who does damage? Ashley has a passive damage effect with his red ogre. So maybe I can use that. Okay, and I have a couple range too. That's good. Let's see. I got so many pilots now, it's disgusting. We'll use Kallen because of her. Second is Annihilate Healer, Assault Defense. Okay. I appreciate these tips because I don't know. I haven't looked at it yet, I should say. Let me get Cecile in here, because of course. I should also use Mary Bell because she does damage. It doesn't require any what's the word? It doesn't require skill, Nightmare skill usage, so that should help a lot. 2 hours to put a team together for like a 20-minute experience. I hope that's not the case, but sometimes it feels like it. I'm working on it. Bro, actually, I've been playing this game for 3 years. Yes, I know. Obviously, you need skills. I mean, you need cost. So I have Cecile, I have Colin. I'll put a couple more in there, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let's see. Who can we use for cost that I actually like? Oh, of course. Okie dokie and Hakuba? No, he's not leveled up high enough. Oh, Colin. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. That's gonna help a lot. Oh, I know why. Because of the Gurren. Well, that's fine. It'll work out. Don't worry. I'm not worried. Let's go. It'll be fine. I'll use my Collins to lower the cost everything. I can save it to summon the new Gurren, the Gurren Ryuki, which was a pity, but whatever. Okay, let's go today, please. I made one mistake. Crap. Hold on. I made one boo boo. Let's go. Daijoubu. All right, let's do this. Okay, I got the panel. Oh, here we go. Damn, that's pretty cool. And plenty cost to spare. Doki? Oh, wrong one. So the skill activates. Oh, that's so cool. It's the panel is the skill that you basically activate it from anywhere. Because you can summon fire, like a fire dragon. Okay, that's pretty cool, actually. That's a really neat idea. So, the panel is this Nightmare Frame skill. That's cool. It gets around the whole. Oh my god, how much damage was that? 300. Jesus Christ. Okay. Jesus, was that 300? Was that 3 mil? Goodbye, Monica. 4 mil. Damn. Just damn. Yeah. Okay, dokie. Yeah, Ashley's passive damage really helped there with the Nightmare Frame. That was pretty good. So what we learned, Kallen is broken. Her Nightmare Frame is insane. What was that? 4 million? Wow. She did 7 mil. Damn. Just damn. Okay. That was. I don't know what that was disgusting. Okay. Now here, there's limitations. So we're gonna go limit. What's my limitations here? Annihilator Healer. Oh, that's the worst, man. Annihilator Healer, that's such a bad combination. Okay, let's see what we can do with what we're given. Oh, well, no. I mean, yes, but also no. Wow, this is a... Well, okay, I can use Benio. She can reduce the cost, so it's something. It's a start. So Colin can at least cost 0. You can get her out immediately. That would be helpful. Let's see. And I get her out too. We might go full Colin for this. Let's see. And then what else? Dalton has a cost reduction. I might use that if I have to. Oh, Cecile. Okay. Oh, you can use specials. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's not so bad then. Hold on. If you can use special, then I'm good to go. I got options for special healer. Deployment point increasers. Anymore? I thought I had one more that does something like that. Am I just making that up? Okay, I guess I don't. Oh, did I not upgrade her? Whatever. Who cares? Okay. Problem is cost is going to be at a premium, so I can't really afford to use Nunnally. She won't... Wait, actually, what's the map look like? Let me check the map real quick. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to need more ground units then. I'll give her... No, not that one. This is fine. Okay. I'd rather she had this, because then she'll be out immediately thanks to Cecile, and then for her we'll use... I'm not sure what to expect, so this could be really ugly. Can you please, game, come on. Now, unfortunately, there's not a lot of spots for anything, so I gotta be very careful. I gotta do this very carefully. C2, this, I love, Zero Suit C2 is so good because of just applications like this where you need some cost increase, some protection, and she gives you all of that. I mean, and also reduction of everyone in the Black Knights. I mean, it's just, wow, okay, good stuff. That might be useful, we'll see. And then, what else do I have here? Carly, because of the drones, that's the only reason. And then after that, I got 2 more spots. Probably should go with the ground route. So, Toto. No, but I have no... I could put him with... I'm not doing that. I've used the God Rebellion, actually. I didn't realize that I can use it. It won't... Maybe I should definitely do that. Yeah, I'm going to use the God Rebellion. Okay, let's go. Wait, how'd that get word? I thought I zoomed out. What the hell? There we go. Okay. Got a boss from there. Okay. Oh my god, from all sides? That's disgusting. Okay. I'm gonna restart. I need the counter billing immediately. I didn't realize how bad it was gonna be. Wait a minute. Hold on. I thought I have a... I thought I have C2. Like the other one that gives you cost on deployment, who's a special type. Where is she? You know, the one that lost her memories? I thought I had that pilot. There she is. Do it again. Do it again. Oh, but I could get a faster. You know what? Let's use the chopper. Let's go. Do it again. Okay. Nice. Now, come on. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I missed one, but I think C2 can handle it. Oh, you know what? That was a... Well, maybe it'll be okay. We'll see. That might have been a bad decision right there. So Disney. There comes Murray on. Well, I'm ready. Old school style right there, using a healer like that. Not needed anymore, but hey, every now and then, why not? That was actually surprisingly easier than I thought it was going to be. Probably because Kallen helped out. I'm not going to lie. Very good. We're back to 90K, baby. Third is assault, strategy, defense. Oh, that should be fun, I think. Do it again. Do it again. I hate it when the switch doesn't happen. You don't click hard enough and you don't get the switch. Okay. I go to Anane, but I guess we could do that. Why not? Let's do that. We'll show off some of the new buffs too while we're here. Where's Suzkaku? No, the other Suzkaku. The one I actually care about. Where are you? There you are. Your stats aren't that bad. You got buffed. I guess the game hasn't updated until I start the game, or the match, but it should be much better than that. Okay. That's the God Rebellion. Here's Anane. She'll get everyone out quickly. She ain't awful, but still Very niche. She happens to work well in this situation, so I'll take advantage of it for sure. Where's Kallen, who's like one of my favorites now after the recent boof? Where is she? That's weird. Oh, I see. I flipped it. That's why. She should be right here. And, okay. That's good. I'm not sure what else to expect here. Expect the unexpected. I guess if I bring more cost increasers, I could use Rolo as a last resort. I really don't want him. He's kind of cheap. One second. What map are we working with here? What does the map look like? Oh. Well, I guess that's fine. So, and wait, is there airships? Was I reading that right? Yeah, there's airships, probably from all sides. So I got one. I should be able to cover all sides. Oh, I have to, that probably needs healing. So I'm gonna get a MC. See, this part's really cool because Inani is gonna make the MC really powerful, which means the God Rebellion becomes critical hits. When I'm done with these, I'm going to go on to my ult account. I'll do a couple more summons, so... We're not done summoning yet. I just took a little break to get through this stuff. I want to close this game out and move on to the next one. I don't want to keep anything open. That's the plan. Okay. That might have been unnecessary. The necklace cursed me, so I don't wear it anymore. But if you want to see it, one second. It's right here. Maybe I'll wear it for the next summons for good luck. I'll put it right here. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. That's a lot. Wait. Cost is rampant in this one. Jeez. Wow. The health on that thing is insane. I couldn't one-shot it. I hope you're right. Seriously, I hope you're right. But I'm very pessimistic. I want Suzkaku, but on the other account, I didn't really want Suzkaku. I wanted Kallen. So watch me hit the reverse of what I wanted. So watch this. Now when I use it, everyone stops moving. Crazy, I know. It's about time. Man, this is like heaven for Maribel right now. This is literally heaven because you just keep stacking. That's disgusting, man. This is literally heaven for Maribel. Yep, the stunning effect. I mean, the slowing everyone else down or stopping everyone. So cool. Daijoubu. Man, this was easy AF. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty easy. I'll take 800 Sakura die for free, thank you. That'll get me back to over. Won't give it to 91k, but it'll be close. That was surprisingly quite easy. Huh? What happened? Was there a limitation I was not aware of? What the hell? Why did I only get like one? What? What was that? What was the limitation on this? Let's see. Probably some bullshit. He did? I wasn't even paying attention. Akito, why'd you... He died? Oh. Oh. Well, shit. I guess I can't use him then. The thing is, do I really need to use Akito, though? You know, I don't even need to use Akito. You know what? Maribel can cover it. I'm gonna put out someone to help Maribel. Yeah, I don't need Akito either. That was clearly over. There's no need. I'll put in. Let's see. Where is Nunnally? Yeah. Actually, I don't even really need it either. I just need cost. That's dumb. I just need a cost increaser. Anyone would do fine. Yep, Kallen's good. Although Sokia is more adorable, so let's use her instead. Plus that the panel will be useful. Although Schneisel. Decisions. No, I've committed. We're gonna use Sokia. Okay. She's literally clearing the whole thing herself. It's disgusting. Yeah, Mary was MVP in this one. Killed everyone. Oh my god. I'm telling you, Alfalfa, man, having two of those is gonna be awesome with my two Marys and the Alfalfas. That's gonna be pretty awesome. Alright. Alright, that's better. Okay, last challenge of the actually I think I got two more, right? No, last one. Okay. What's my restrictions this time? First, look at the map real quick. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Okay. No restrictions? You didn't say anything about it. Hmm. That's not a bad idea. How about this instead, though? And let me grab the two Kallens and then this is probably overkill. Which is the best kind of kill? Alright, let's see if this is good enough to beat it. Do 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 do. Yeah, probably broken, I imagine. If you had the Giga Fortress then, yeah, that'd be broken. Oh, it's a timed event. Interesting. Oh, that was pretty easy. Unless I missed something. Yeah, I'm using a very simple I'm using a simple VPN that's free. Tunnel Bear works. I also use Soft Ether, whatever it's called. Yeah, I tried using Surfshark, but that doesn't work for this game. So yeah, just keep in mind this game takes a lot of data though. We're talking like I think 50 gigs. It's pretty crazy. The data like size in this thing is nuts, but I'm pretty sure it's like 50 gigs. Who cares if I barely made it? I made it, all right. Yeah, I had 41 seconds. Yeah, I wasn't barely. I did fine. Here's a new feature. Hit this button, you can see what you need. So helpful. Should have been the game day one, but I'll take it now. Hopefully I'll go to 80, 90, which would be cool. Oh, hold on. Let me go to my... The free scouts. What are you talking about? What free scouts? Oh, I'm saving it. I want to do all 200 at one time. That'll be in like 20 days. I want to have like a fun extravaganza where I do like 400 summons. Yeah, I'm stockpiling it to the very end. It's gonna be really cool. I love doing that because it's exciting. What's going on here? Oh, okay. Oh, see, I didn't use my thing on Hidekiano's Wet Dream. 1 second. Ugh, this outfit is so disgusting. Can I put anything else on her? I wish there was some outfit I just God, I hate that outfit. It's so ugh, it's disgusting. Just gross looking at it. The poor girl's like 15 years old, you know? Come on. Like even Soki is pushing it, but damn. You're right. I can't pull it off. But you know what? Oh my, of course. It has to show me. Honey, no one takes you seriously in an outfit like that. Must be painful as hell too. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna need a lot of these to stockpile for the nightmare frames because they're all range that I got. So let's begin that. I'll start with silver. Yeah, rank 9 is pretty crazy. I didn't really do any enhancements. So that's pretty good. We're almost done. That one bun, man, saves me so much time. I don't think ExpressVPN works on that. I'm pretty sure ExpressVPN doesn't work. I used to use Surfshark and it didn't work on this game. So it's very possible that ExpressVPN and servers like it don't work on DMN. I'm using a free thing called Tunnel Bear. That seems to work. Uh? Uh? Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Huh? Huh? Oh, my camera's out. Perfect timing, because I didn't want to do it when I was about to. Yeah, I see it. I see it. That's cool. Did I waste my last stamina just to... Oh, you... Marika. Marika. I like your character. I like the fact you survived, but that outfit is awful. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the main screen, and I'm gonna close out. Let's do it. Oh, right. Click my wards first, then close out. Oh, wait. Actually, hold on. I gotta do two more things, and I'll switch my camera. Okay. That was not one of the two things. That just sort of happened. Okay. Okay, we're done. And I'm gonna go change my camera, and we'll move on to the next account. Wait, wrong one. Oops. Wrong bit. Okay. Now I gotta do a couple things here. First of all, I have to flip some of my monitors, so second. Just yeah, my monitor's currently blocking the screen. I'm aware. I mean the webcam. I know. Okay, and then hopefully this won't. This should work. I've done this before. It's not a completely new thing. And looks like you don't see the monitor, so okay. All right, now we're back into my other account. Let me go and just let me put this over here. You should be seeing now my other account. And let me just switch these two. So there we go. Okay. Now I'm actually looking in the right direction. Okay. Okay. Okay, now you can see the monitor on the side right here. If I put it forward. All right, I'll wear the necklace. Fine. It's not. It won't help. But if you insist, I don't see. It won't make it. I don't think it's gonna do. Um. Let's see. I gotta move my body a little bit. All right, we're putting the necklace on. Let's. For this account, though, I don't want that. I don't want Suzkaku. I want Kallen. I already have. This is a very Kallen-oriented team, so I prefer to have more Kallens. But all right. Oh, it's on backwards. That's bad luck. Curse my. I have such a big head, you know. So this is like. Wait, is it both ways? No, I thought so. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. All right. Let's do with the. Let's start with my free summon. I can't get the monitor to move where I wanted to. Story of my life. Come on. Okay, I think this is okay. All right, here we go. I'll hold it too, so I definitely won't get what I want. Here we go. Kallen's an Annihilator, so Annihilator, please. Of course it's Suzkaku. Of course it is. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Of course. I got an Albion for the first time, so that's cool, I guess. Look, I'm sorry I'm like this, okay? It's just this is not what I wanted, you know? I got something, but it wasn't what I want. All right, well, whatever. I'll have 15K, so I'll come back after doing some missions to do more summons, but I wanted Kallen, so we'll proceed with that plan. That was my plan anyway, so and I'll use all my Sakura die because this is the aggressive account, so come on. If that's C2, I'm gonna be mad. My voice just cracked. I apologize. That's not what I wanted, but whatever. Gabe's like, I don't give a shit what you want. You're take it. What is she? What's with that outfit? It's kind of silly, but I kind of get it though. Don't worry, Bradley. You'll get your buff one day, but it's not this day. One day they'll recognize your greatness and buff you. Okay. All right. I still want Colin, so we'll keep going. And there's still rank 4 bad. Hmm? I pushed my luck. There will be no more. I think that was the extent. All right. It's unbelievable. The kind of luck I've had today. I don't know if it's good or bad luck. It's just kind of there. It's just weird, you know. I wanted one thing from my account and I didn't get it. So it's just oh, hold on. Hold on. We got a chance. Please. Please. You can do it. No, you cannot. I think I already have her. Yeah, I already have her. Tianzi. She is good though. No, she's 100% amazing. Great pilot. No, I'm being petty, but come on, upgrade, 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 upgrade. No, okay. No, Tianzi's good. I can do two more, but I'll have to play some missions first. This has been pretty lucky, actually. I mean, come on, give me Colin, please. No, okay. So what I'll do is I gotta play a little bit. I can get I can do one more pull on the Colin banner. Okay, we're not done yet. I just do commissions, and I can get one more pull out of this. Yeah, I can do one more. Okay. I do want to use blah, blah, blah. I want to upgrade Suzkaku to test him out. Cause I am very curious as to how he works in practice. So let's do that. Oh. I forgot. Doesn't someone have? I thought someone had privileges to do this, so I don't have to do this every single time. But if they don't, I'll have to sign someone with it. Anyways. I mean, I have 3/4 of all the pilots. Crazy how that worked out, but I do have 3/4 now. Okay, so now I'm gonna go. How many lockets do I have? Jango Mango. Okay. That's not a lot of lockets, so we'll see how this goes. Maybe I shouldn't use all of this in case. Yeah, I'll hold off just in case I get a duplicate. Normally I wouldn't say stuff like that, but my track record so far has not been great. Okay, now let's go in. Nope. I meant this. Let me go to the Albion real quick and upgrade that. I'm gonna leave. Oh, and actually, one more thing I could do. Let's go to my strategies. T2 I'll leave alone for now, but I definitely want to use this on her because she's great. That's the wrong outfit. She's not wearing that. Why did it do that? Oh, maybe I think I changed it. That has to be my I must have changed the costume. Okay. So now let me go back to Nightmare Frames. Where's the Albion? Albion. Where are you? Did I eat my using so good? Oh, that's mine. Okay, and we unlock the other one. That one button upgrade was pretty handy. Okay, now let's get that last 400. Oh, I forgot about that nightmare frame. Ah, it's fine. I'll just have Lelouch use it. And I need a couple more reducers, so Mm, that should be enough. But in case it isn't, I'll bring in Marion. I don't think I'm gonna need much more than that. Maybe Lelouch can help out too. Why not? Okay, let's go. Oh, I didn't even do my golden tickets yet, or my scout tickets. So I just play more summons actually, even after the Kallen one. I'm gonna make sure I end a good note by using the rank 4 ticket at the end. So no matter what happens, I'll get something that's maybe good. We'll see. No, I wanted to move him. How do I move him? I don't want to do that. Hmm. No, I don't want. How do I move him? Uh, how do you move him? I have the things in place. Do I click on it? I'm clicking on it, but how do I get him to come over here? Yeah, I must have done something wrong here, but because I the skill required hunting is that you have to do that to move? I'm confused why I can't. Hmm. It might be good enough. I guess I can use also C2 because she got boofed, so maybe that would help. But I gotta find so I got a lot of cost reduction, some cost increase, or something. I don't know. Whatever. Let's go. Wait, nothing. I think if you left after the other thing, I don't think you missed anything. I got C2 and Suzkaku, and then also Tianzi. That's it. Oh, hold on. I gotta change something. Okie doke. Once I get Marion in here, that should solve, I feel like, most of my problems. Unless she can't reach that far. Well, that's still fine, because she can still get in there. Where do you think you're going? Okay, that should be it. Let's go. Come on, we're done. Ada Ada. Yep, that's Stop laughing. Nothing was funny. Okay, that's not entirely true, but and we know we're at 3K. Good. All right, now back to some scouting. Let's finish this. All right. All right, you could do it. Give me Kallen. My last chance. I don't think I'll get. I mean, maybe I'll do singles, but before the banner's over. But I don't know if I really want to do that. Come on. No, doesn't look good. No. All right. Well, that sucks. I got 2/4. Really wanted the Kallen, but it wasn't meant to be. All right. Let's move on now to my scout, and then we'll do the guaranteed forward. Watch this will be a rank forward because, you know, looks promising. It's not. Okay. Nope. What do we get anyways? Alright. Well, you know. Yeah, I got scout tickets. I got my guaranteed rainbow. Let's see what that's going to be. Kallen, please. Type special, and we'll call it even. Okay. Breathe in. Breathe out. In and out. B2. Why? You could have given me the. Fuck this necklace. I got this guy last time, another one, because I made fun of Ano. And it's like, well, now you gotta deal with the little kids who can't age, or just lolly them, or just in the tight pilot suits for little, 15-year-olds. Thank you, Hideki Anno. This is your fault. All right, well, that was awesome. I guess I'll do my dailies. Oh, I can upgrade the Nightmare frame now, so I no longer have a. I can finish off Suzkaku, so I don't have a problem anymore of not like, so I can just do that. Okay. Let's go to date. Date's the easiest way to find this shit. Gina was the first character I ever got in this game? Oh, Assault, level 4. Okay, like, what? No, that's impossible. It's Cornelia. Cornelia Yuffie Zaku. Good times. All right. I'm gonna regret this shit. Hold on. Let's go back to here. Okay, so I think I finished off Suzkaku, or I can finish him off. Okay, now let's go to the night. How much salt piece? Oh, I can at least. I mean, I can at least get her to. I can finish her all the awakenings. I don't really have the lockets for the other thing right now. I don't know about this outfit. One, I think it's cool, but I think it's kind of. I have mixed feelings about it. It's cute. It covers her face. That's. I like that, but. You know what's so funny? This is why I don't make. This is why I don't play the lottery, because I said to start this stream that I think I'm probably gonna get 2 Lelouches. That was my prediction on both accounts. Instead, I got Kallen on the count. I got Kallen and Suzkaku. So that's just hilarious to me. I was expecting to get double Lelouch, and instead I didn't. And to some extent, that's a good thing. So I'm happy at least I didn't get Lelouch because he objectively I think is the worst of the four. So there's some positives to take from this. There's actually quite a lot of positives. I'm just a salty bitch. What do you expect? I mean, maybe for specific things, but there's a channel that's already doing it called Lancebot. He's doing a bunch of this stuff. But for the caption translation, I don't know. Maybe I might do it again. I did enjoy it the first time. It's not too time consuming. I don't know. It's hard to put out content these days. In case you haven't noticed my inactivity on a lot of stuff. Maybe, but there is someone who's doing it already. You can find their stuff on the official Discord for Lost Stories. But for some things, I think I can do it, but I can't like do a full chapter right now. It's a little I don't quite the time I used to these days. Anything I could build here? I haven't checked this in a while. 43 Gekkas. Holy crap. Let's sell those. Do you see that? 43 Gekkas. Wow. Wow. That's a lot of Gekkas. 43 Gekkas. Man, if I got the Urn type special. Whatever. Wasn't meant to be. 43 Gekkas. Let's, yeah, I don't really want any of these, but 43 Gekkas. That's insane. You know, sometimes you stockpile things, but 43? I've sown Asi and Nagisa a lot if I have 43 of those things. Okay, let's go to the store. Do 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 do. Yeah, just going grocery shopping. Are we done here? For the free ticket, what are you talking about? You mean for this? I think it's only one free ticket and I already got it. Here, I don't see a ticket here. There's a ticket here you can buy? I don't see it. I don't know. Oh, okay. Uh, it provided interesting. Yeah, I mean, what's really frustrating is that it's not just this game, but I feel like a lot of Kogias's lore and content they're producing, it's all region locked. Pyramia is not getting localized, as far as I know. This game was localized and it did a terrible, and they ruined the whole thing. You guys already know that. And yeah, that game was localized and it failed, and Gensar Code was never localized. Most of the manga is not localized; it's fan translation. So yeah, it's unfortunate that this IP is region locked right now, which is super irritating. because it means if you want to consume it, you gotta either learn Japanese or spend hours of your life translating stuff. Both outcomes aren't exactly. I mean, Japanese learning would probably be the better of the two approaches, but it's just it's a pain in the ass. All right, let's finish those challenges. One day I'll get the God Rebellion, then he'll be really good. Can you imagine that Zaku in the God Rebellion? Man, could have been. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were contextual reasons for that. Look, if they wanted to, if they released, let's say every so often, a translation that does not have crappy translation, but a good translation of the entire story as a visual novel, you can pay, let's say, $5 for it or $10. I would definitely buy that to have an access to it. If there was you pay 10, you get R1, you get R2, you get the 1.5 stuff, Resurrection, Amiria. If that was like that, you could pay a certain amount to have it. Why not? That wouldn't be terrible. You could make a lot of money on it, I suppose, relatively to a gotcha game. But I mean, for the fans in the West who would like to experience this IP, it'd be nice to those people. But they didn't pay for our game. They didn't really support the game well, so I guess from their point of view, they can F off. I don't know. Oh, I got Yuffie. I got a bunch of Zaku's in this team. Oh my god, that's gonna be crazy. She definitely, in fact, let me bring her on and remove Kallen. I still want. Can I use a Nani in here? I thought I can. Here she is. There she is. Okay. And There she is. Yeah, that's I was doing the same thing, Miss America. There she is. Okie doke. Boop, doop, boop. Daijoubu. Look at those buffs, man. Look at those buffs. How do I move him to the panel? Oh my god. How do I move him to the panel? Hmm. How do I move him? Yeah, whatever. Oh, that's why he wasn't moving? Oh. I was like, what? Oh, I was like, why can't I move him? I knew it wasn't that complicated. No. We'll try it this time. You got the crazy part right. This game is nuts. Well, that's how you do it. That's cool. That was really cool. Suzaku's level 20 is a level 20 paladin. Ah, that was cool. It costs 5 to warp though. Alright, let's do those let's do those level missions. So they did them already. They did them already? They did not, okay. Oh my god, I'm almost out of certain items. Jeez, that Lancel was expensive, but worth it. And so was the Gekoi. Hmm. I could use some gold pieces. Oh, you know what I could also do? Hold on. I got one that I could try now. Maybe I can beat it. Let's see. You guys know what I'm talking about. You will very shortly. Huh? I didn't do one of the. Well, you'll see. Because it was bullshit. That's why I didn't do it. Okay. Where's Suzkaku? I hate when I keep scrolling and I can't find what I'm looking for. It's like, is for real? There's gonna be no effects, no enemy debuffs this time. Because everyone's gonna be fully protected. Oh, wait a minute. Is this one where like, oh, this one might be really bullshit. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm having flashbacks. I think I remember why I couldn't do this mission before. Well, today's for quick learning. I'll get it done. I just have to be smart about it. The nightmare frames are they're like the ones from like Escaflowne and Magical Knight Rayer. Which, let's be clear, I like both of those animes, so. But I'm an old fuck, so what do you expect? My mouse is having a seizure. It's awesome. Okay. Yep, still spazzing out. When will it stop? No one knows. Yeah, I have. Oh, actually, I wanted to give her this instead in case I have to stun stall for a little bit. And speaking of that, also Lelouch as well for the stun stalling. I have no idea how this is gonna work out, but we're gonna find out. Escaflowne, Escaflowne, Escaflowne. They spent a lot of time in the lyrics. In case you didn't know. All right, no need to scream. Shin, time to show off what you can do, buddy. Show us those buffs. Wait, what the frick? Okay, it's been one of those things, huh? It's like that, huh? All right. Man, freaking bullet sponge over here. Will you die already? Oh my god. Jeez. Come on, let's go. Great. Oh my god, you're so annoying. I'm trying to kill you, but you keep on healing. Wow, still alive. Finally. Down goes the clown. Okay. Really? Piece of shit. Hold on. Let me get Suzkaku over here and maybe he can help out a little bit. Pause. Damn it! I want the pause game. Why? Also, I want her over here. That would get some extra cost. That took way too long. Mouse, you can't be doing that. I need to like. Okay. Okay. After evaluation, I think I know what I have to do. I think Kallen won't be necessary for this. I was misremembering. So I don't really need Kallen for this. I need another cost increaser. Okay. This is sure taking a while. Finally. Yeah, I can't do this right now. I thought maybe it wouldn't be that difficult, but it's bullshit, of course. So it's very difficult. Okay. Well, let me change my cover screen to someone else. I just got someone new. Not that I don't mind Miss X, but you know, sometimes my Suzkaku team is so fucked. Let's take a look at it. It's like 7 maybe. If there's more than 7, I'd be surprised. Well, I can't even find it, so I'm more surprised than that, I guess. Where's my Suzkakus? That's 10. That's actually really surprising. You can't put it in the front, the new one? That's weird. Okay. I have everything here, right? Okay. Okay, guys. Well, that was that was interesting. Not really it kind of went actually I want to do it like that. It kind of went the way I expected. Actually, let me talk about not at all, but 3-4 ain't bad. And it's just weird how it all worked out, but that's gotcha games for you. Anywho, I'm not sure. I'll be streaming again after I have. It's 5 currently, so in 15 days I'll do the remaining 400 summons, which I'm kind of excited about. Until then, maybe I'll do something. Maybe I'll play some Bleach. We'll see. Time has not been kind to me these last couple weeks. Anyhow, thanks everyone who partaked in the stream as always, and I'll see you guys in the next one.